Woo!
So excited. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Country Soul Songbook 2021 Almanac. We're about to get so real. And these experts, these futurists are going to be chatting in all sorts of different configurations about all things country, Americana, queer, and colorful. All the BIPOC, everybody that those of us who love this music and are ready to get hella free making it and ready to pioneer into the future. And I don't know. I guess the question is, are we going to ignore what's going on and just gotta keep our noses to the grindstone? Are we going to put on armor and slash shit down? Are we going to, and all sorts of things in between. So we're going to be talking with all of these folks. As I say your name, give a wave. We've got Kim Register here, who is on Team Country Soul Songbook. I'm Kamara Thomas, Team Country Soul Songbook. Next to me there is Lilli Lewis of Louisiana Red Hot Records and an amazing artist in her own right. There's Rissi Palmer, who has been killing it in so many ways. When she shrugs, it's just what she does. She gets up in the morning. It's like I'm just gonna start calling you the Beyonce of country music. She gets up in the morning. Have you ever seen those bugs that are don't worry, Beyonce has 24 hours in the day, just like you, something like that? But
we all got the same.
24 hours. We got Marcus K. Dowling, extraordinaire journalist. We have Karen Pittelman, who heads up Country Music Against White Supremacy and is part of Karen and the Sorrows and the Change Country Pledge initiative. We have Jada Watson. I keep calling you Jada.
Jada. Most people do.
Who just came out with some astonishing but not astonishing statistics about Black people and women in country music that we'll be discussing later. And then we have Kelly McCartney, who has been doing good work for queer country and Americana for a long time now. And we'll be talking, is it, can you tell me your pronouns, Kelly?
You can use she, you can use they. I'm a Gen Xer, so I can't be bothered, really.
I know, I'm the same. Me too. All right. So let's start with Kelly and Rissi. We're just gonna dive right in, and I want to hear about. And if you are just tuning in, this is the Country Soul Songbook 2021 Almanac, where we're just going to be doing our future reflections about where these genres are headed and how our community, the BIPOC queer community in country and Americana, can empower ourselves and move forward, making the music we love with the freedom we deserve. So I would really love to hear about, you came up with the Color Me Country Artist Fund so quickly. It was like lightning speed. I want to hear how you guys started to collaborate. I want to hear about, why don't we start with that? How did you guys start to collaborate, and how did the Color Me Country Artist Fund come about?
Well, do you want the truth?
Yeah.
Or do you want Rissi's version?
Whatever.
I want whatever you
tell your.
Yeah, you guys tell your versions.
So I first heard of Rissi a couple of years ago when I saw the Seeds video, and it made me cry, and I tweeted about that, and she responded, and so we became Twitter buddies. And so that was just kind of all it was. And then last spring, this is where the stories meld. A friend/fan of hers and mine. Sorry, I'm just trying to center myself better, because we like to center queer people, right?
Hey,
Yeah.
hey.
So
Yes,
Will, I had a podcast radio show called Hangin' and Sangin', and I was doing them long distance. And so Will was like, "Oh, I'd really love to see Rissi Palmer on that." And I was like, "Great idea." And so that's when we really, really connected. Although you also did Shut In and Sing,
I did.
a festival, an online festival that my friend Natalia Zuckerman and I put together. So that was a connection as well. And so during our hanging and singing conversation, I got her to tell me about the Color Me Country project that was you were about to launch it in like
I was
10
2 weeks
days.
from launching. Yeah.
Yeah. And she didn't know at the time, because I was under confidentiality, that I was already signed on as an Apple Music host. And so I went back to my bosses and said, "Hey, you got to talk to Rissi. We got to get Color Me Country as an Apple show." And so I connected those dots, and everything happened. And
wow.
So, and I just want to add this in. Kelly consistently during the beginning of the pandemic put money in my pocket. And so like through Shut In and Sing, this whole festival, online festival that Kelly organized with Natalia, and they did it. How long did y'all do it? Like 8 weeks?
it was
or
8
something?
weeks. It was so
Yeah.
much.
And
Yeah.
there was programming every day. And so like they
5
did
nights
this
a week. Yeah.
and so that was a check. This was at a time when there was nothing else going on. Like there was nothing. And so and then I was also a recipient of a rainy day, and it helped to pay for the first episode that never aired because I ended up getting the deal with Apple and then linked me up with Apple. So like Kelly illustrates one of the big things that we try to accomplish with Rainy Day and also with the Color Me Country Fund, which is you can't you need money to do a lot of this stuff. That's one of the big. Unfortunately, we're in a capitalistic culture, and so we have society, so you have to have money in order to do a lot of this stuff, and so and that seed money can make the difference between you continuing to do it or not.
It makes all the difference. It
does. It makes a huge difference. And so Kelly and I have never met in person, and we do all this stuff together, which is really funny to me.
Amazing. You guys are gonna have the biggest hug when you first.
It's gonna be the longest, biggest. It's gonna spin, and the camera's gonna come in and out.
The music will play.
Yes,
the birds will
birds.
sing.
Fireworks. It'll be a thing.
Yeah.
Will you let Country Soul Songbook film that? We can set the whole meeting up. You guys can run across to each other, across daisy fields.
Kelly,
slow motion.
Yeah.
That's the only way I can run anyway, is slow motion. It's basically walking. But I'll move my arms real big.
Yeah, as long as you move your arms like that, then the eye will believe it.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's such a funny thing because it's so funny to hear those conversations in the realm of industry and stuff where you're like, oh, it's very easy to think oh, the reason that Black artists aren't there or queer artists aren't there is because they're just not quite at the level, they haven't developed to this level, right? And you're talking about exactly that issue, which is an artist cannot develop without resources and opportunities. So, it's really those kind of mini opportunities that allow an artist to just be oh yeah, I can get to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. It's so easy to kind of look at an artist on a big stage at the Grammys or whatever and think oh, they kind of popped out of the womb that way.
Out of nowhere.
You know what I mean? They just kind of they had this talent and it was so big that it just had to get here, And it's no, every single artist you see on any big stage like that had to go through so many different steps of development. And I'm just so excited and proud to know y'all because it's it's the CMC Artist Fund and the Rainy Day Fund, these places where where artists get that little step to the next thing. It's like, it doesn't have to be like $1 million. It can be like, just that small grant that helps them to like get that record finished, or show up for that opportunity, 100 miles away or whatever.
Yeah, and that's what it's been. We started the Rainy Day Fund about 2.5 years ago, and it was sort of intentional in that it's those sort of key moments, whether it's like buying a plane ticket for Yola to fly to Nashville to meet with producers to start working on a record, or plane tickets for Birds of Chicago to go on tour, or whatever it is. It's like those are the things. And what's been amazing is, and Rissi and I talk about this a lot, it's like it's not a lot of money. It's $500, maybe $1,000 if we have it, but just us saying, hey, we see you, we see what you're doing, we support that. Like, the boost that it gives artists in spirit is almost more than the financial benefit.
It's immeasurable. Like, whatever your spiritual belief is, like, I believe in God, so I'd say that they're like postcards from God. Like, it's like those little things that when you're not sure if you want to keep going or if you can keep going, it may not like completely change your life, but it can pay rent or it can buy you dinner. And it's like, okay, I have a moment of respite that I can regroup and figure out the way forward. And so, yeah, it's it was to answer your earlier question, it was Kelly's idea to start the Color Me Country Fund. Kelly actually called me in December, as Kelly does whenever we have ideas and stuff. And so Kelly was like,
but you'll notice I totally forgot to give them links. Good. And you're all over that. So this is the partnership.
I got you. We really do. Like, the things that I'm not good at, Kelly is great at. And so, like, it's great because I'm a terrible secretary, all of that. And, like, Kelly keeps up with everything. I am terrible. But, no, like, Kelly calls me and says, hey, what do you think about doing a Color Me Country Fund? And I was just like, I think that's awesome. That's wonderful. Because I get lost in the weeds of, like, actually doing the show and, like, figuring out who to host and, like, whose music to play and answering emails and all that stuff. And so it's nice. And, like, it's totally something that I would want to do, but I didn't think of it. And so we immediately got on the phone the next day, like publicists and everybody were on the phone the next day. We knocked out a press release and got it out. And like within the first 2 weeks, we had like $10,000.
Yeah.
And so to date, we've been able to give out 19, yeah. 19 Color Me Country grants.
Yeah.
Since December, yeah.
Yeah, and we're up to, oh gosh, I think close to 30 or just around there for Rainy Day.
Wow.
And, and there was the perfect sort of encapsulation happened on Sunday. I gave a grant last week to Gabe Lee. This great singer-songwriter country guy in Nashville. And I had started in April, posting on Instagram just a little video clip of featuring a Rainy Day recipient every day. And so Sunday it was Gabe's day, and Jason Isbell follows me on Instagram and Twitter, and he saw it, loved it. I didn't even say what song it was. Jason went to YouTube, found the video, tweeted it. It blew up on Twitter. Gabe's life has changed, and we might now get him some opening dates with Jason, and he's just kind of beside himself.
Wow.
So that's, I was talking to one of my board members the other day and said, I don't necessarily have the power to put him on a Jason Isbell tour, but Jason listens to me, and Jason does, and we now have. Now that we got St. Brandy Carlisle's endorsement, look, she's looking over me right there. like that has taken, because I've been trying to get people to support Rainy Day for 2 years, and now all of a sudden Brandy comes on board. We get CMT on board to support. Fiona Prine has now been a tremendous supporter, and like her commenting on Gabe's, because Gabe sounds very much like John Prine, and
Like
Fiona
John.
was like,
Oh,
Fiona
yeah.
commented, "Oh, that phrasing sounds very familiar. I love it," and that just like melted this kid. So, it's like it's a real change in people's lives. So
I really love too how it's just another one of those moments where artists are doing it for each other too, where it's like, you know what, we don't need all of these middle people. Like, let's just kind of connect with each other as artists.
hang on, I'm a middle person, Kamara.
Well,
so
I don't know.
Don't cut us all out.
You're honorary. You're honorary.
When I say middle people, I guess I mean,
I know.
you're your community, your family. It's like
Yes.
the artist, the family that comes up around artists, right? Where it's like, we care about the thing, the art, the music, the what people are creating. The further away you get from that basic point, it's like the easier it is to exploit it and do other things with it, and do other things with artists that was never intended for them.
Well,
So I love that it's like, it's really in the hands of, and because of the technology now and the way we're connected, artists have a lot more power to change each other's lives.
100%. Well, and the public does. Like someone just asked in the comments, where does the money come from? The money comes from donations. It comes from donors. 100% of it. I don't get a cut. Kelly doesn't get a cut. Like, that's how we do it. And I think that that's important, because everybody always asks, how can you help? That is a very concrete way to help. And and we try. I know Kelly and I, so we talk a lot, and the board of Rainy Day and everything talks about different ways to do exactly what you just said, eliminate the need for the middleman. And that's kind of the arm of the next thing that I'm about to start. I'm actually going to announce in a couple days, but I'll go ahead and give y'all the sneak preview.
Look at her scooping.
So I started. So I'm doing a new thing. It's called Seeds, and it's about that. It's about taking the information straight to the artist. So rather than everyone wondering all these mythical things about the music business, it's like, okay, this is how you get a cut. This is how you reach out to a publisher. This is how you demo a song. This is how these are the things, if you don't have an attorney, these are the things to look for in a contract.
Yes.
And so we'll be doing these talks once a month on Zoom. And like I said, I'll be advertising it on my site and on my social medias and stuff. And I'll be inviting different people in my life who are working towards the new model. Because I think that that's the new music business. I think it's everybody going out and figuring out, realizing that you're your own hero. Like, everyone's always looking for like someone to come save you. You're the person to come save yourself. I had to learn that, and it took me 13 years to get there, and so I don't want anyone else to take that long.
I feel the same
You're gonna save
way.
yourself.
Yeah, and there's so much. What I love is, like, there's really so much power in, like, just being able as artists to share information with each other and to kind of pop ourselves out of the paradigm that kind of, this old paradigm that pits us against each other, instead of helping us to understand we're part of a community, that we're here to help each other, that we're here to root for each other. Kelly, I know that you have to get going to other
other worlds,
places, what you're doing, but I bet it's exciting.
Kelly's got to swoop in and save other artists.
No, honestly, it's a call. It's just an Apple Music call. But they get scheduled, and you're like, okay.
It is. You got to go take care of business, Kelly.
Yeah. But
thank you so much for being with us.
Oh, my pleasure. And yeah, like Rissi said, we've got some big plans coming up now that we're getting this nice chunk of money from the Brandy Carlisle benefit and CMT and the Looking Out Foundation. We had a great board meeting call the other day with some big plans, and seeds is just the seed of what's to come. Because like you said, it's about artist development, it's about artist empowerment. It's about artist collaboration, and that's like we want Rainy Day and Color Me Country Fund to be that. We want it to be a resource both for the artists that we're supporting in the BIPOC and queer and disabled communities, but also for the rest of the industry. Like I've always dreamed of Rainy Day being like when Jason Isbell does want to go on tour and he doesn't want to take another straight white dude as an opening, he calls me and goes, "Hey, give me some options." And I say, here are 10 that fit, so that he knows that there's a discerning quality, that he's not going to just get random people. It's going to be thoughtful and intentional. And so that's my dream, that we can really push that.
Well, as always, let us know how we can support and promote and all of the things. And we just love everything you're doing. Yay.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I hope I'll probably run across a daisy field and hug you as well when I first meet you.
Okay. So just as long as Chariots of Fire is playing, we good.
Yes.
Yeehaw!
It'll be like The Color Purple.
All right.
Thank you, Kelly.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Bye, Kelly.
Bye. So now we're going to bring on Marcus K. Dowling and Jada Watson to chat.
Am I staying or am I going? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So here's some of these
Marcus and
coagulation. We can talk about how Rissi's been kicking ass. Okay. And that New York Times piece with Rissi and Rena Roberts and Miko Marks and Mickey Guyton and Brittany Spencer. I want to hear about that, Rissi, like how and hear from Marcus too and Jada too, because what we've got is this juxtaposition going on now. I feel like where, mainstream media is starting to take notice, right? Or we say start taking notice, or are they starting, or are they just like, thank you, that's a nice little piece, and now we set it to the side and move on with our lives, right? Like, is that what's going to happen? Jada, just came out with all these statistics about, what's really going on the ground, that like we were saying backstage is astonishing, but not astonishing, And so I kind of want to get y'all's thoughts about, about that temperature, right? Like these things have risen to the surface. There's some traction for the conversations that are important to us, but also like it's such a sorry state of affairs. So where's I want to talk about like those two extremes, the line, and maybe Jada, can we start with you? Tell us about, these statistics that you just but have been working on for a long time.
Yes.
Can you give us like an overview of what you did and what you were looking for and what you found?
I would actually say if I came up with them, they would be much better statistics. So I've been working on data since like 2015 was when I really started to dip my toe into popularity charts via the Hot Country Songs data. And then I switched over to airplay reports after I met Woman Nashville. And the first studies really focused on gender, but for the last year, I've been overhauling my entire data set so that I could properly look at representation of BIPOC artists on country format radio. And I know it is no surprise at all, but I think it's important that we know the statistics and that we know that looking at that 19-year period that the study looks at, just 2.3% of the airplay was for BIPOC artists, and 97% of that was for 3 men. And so BIPOC women get 0.06% of the overall airplay over a 19-year period, which is incredibly disheartening. And so before I published it, I actually had a chance to run it by Rissi. I wanted her thoughts on it. And I said, when I look at this, I see the 1970s, because I see Darius emerge in 2007 and 8, and, you know, Kane Brown then comes and Jimmy Allen follows. But you have this like 2-year period where you have Rissi, Star Dazzlan, and Crystal Shawanda, who got some airplay in 2007 through to 9-ish area. And then if you look back at the 1970s, it's or I guess late 1960s, early 70s, it's the same thing with Charlie Pride, Nomi McClinton, and oh my God. Yes, and get Stoney Edwards.
And Stoney Edwards, yeah.
Yeah, and then the women of the time, Linda Martell, Ruby Falls, and then artists who don't even who don't appear in my data set for popularity charts, but who would if I had radio airplay data of the time. So it's just really disheartening because, you know, if you think of the entire history of the industry, Linda Martell is the highest ranking Black female artist at 22 in 1969. And Crystal Shawanda is the highest ranking BIPOC artist, and she had a number 19 in 2008. And other than that, we haven't had a top 10, a top 5, a number 1 song from a BIPOC woman. So, you know, I'm trying to be optimistic, but it's really hard when you look at these kinds of statistics and see the level of inequity that's happening at radio.
The level of like, it was funny, you know, as I was looking at the at that New York Times article, you know, it's like that mix of emotions of like so incredibly happy for my friend Rissi, and, you know, for Miko Marks, who I've loved for a long time. And also that feeling of like, oh, is this just another tokenized moment? You know, is this just another moment where we get to kind of, everyone's like, okay, things are getting better and moving on with our lives, you know? What do you think, Marcus, as someone, I'm sure you've been reading everything and you've been writing a ton too. And what's the temperature you've been taking?
Well, it's hot. In short, Rissi laughs only because I was physically in Nashville last week for a project that I think will blow everybody's mind when it actually sees the light of day. I will say nothing more than that, but a lot of special things happened last week. That's why I say it's hot. I say it's hot also because I'm not a kind of person, like personally, I take these things personally. Like when I said I wanted to do country music, I'm not like doing it because it's a cool thing to do or because like, oh, this is a moment to like support Black folk. No, it's like fundamentally, this is to me like the civil rights movement. And to me, like around 1969, the civil rights movement got kind of funky, you know, after everybody, you know, died and things happened. And it was like, okay, we're done. So we had a similar moment last year and this year early on in country. And it's like, okay, so this is the moment where everything popped up. And for me, and I think for a lot of other people too, it's like, okay, so we have this data, we have actual people, we have more people than we've ever had. So now it's like staying in people's faces. And that's become, I think, the thing that makes it different is that for me, I work at CMT. Like I work at country music. I always tell people, I go to work at country music every day. And every day, not that I have to push very hard, but in the midst of my pitches, I'm actually pitching for Black and Latino artists every day. Like it's a thing that I can do every day. If you look at the number of premiering videos for CMT in the last 3 months, a good 35 to 40% of them have been artists of color, especially women of color. A lot of that is Leslie Fram, who has to be mentioned.
Yes.
Because she's on the ground. Like when I say I work in the mud, I said this a couple of weeks ago, I work in the mud. Leslie's in the mud, and Leslie has no reason to be in the mud.
She
A
is.
triple OG of country music. Like, a lot of people who work in the industry would have no job if it wasn't for her. But she's in the mud doing the essential work. Melinda Newman at Billboard, she's in the mud doing the work. Like, I premiered Jada's Data at Billboard. And it was like not even a question. It wasn't like, oh, this is a Black story, I don't know what we do with it. It's like, well, yeah, we got to put this out. Like, can we get Jada? Can we like get this person? Can we get that person? And I've had some fascinating conversations with some stories that I'm working on that are going to be bigger stories as well. I feel like anything that I say is going to be like, oh, but if you wait in like,
We're ready for a scoop.
you wait in like a month, this is all going to make sense. Right now, I'm like actually doing this stuff right now. I jumped out to like do this, but that's where we're at. But it's all positive.
Good.
And I think that people need to be cognizant of the fact that the biggest thing, and I'll let somebody else talk after. I talk too much sometimes, is that the pace of it is different. And it's very much like things are moving. They used to move in ones and twos, are moving at 2s, 3s, and 4s. And that's a thing. And it's a very real thing. So when things move at a pace that's not 1s and 2s anymore, then something's going to push this over the tipping point at some point. God knows what it'll be. Like, it could be Rashad on the D Down in Dallas song. Who knows? It's any great number of things that are happening right now that are all happening simultaneously. God knows. But it's going to be something. I mean,
I love Marcus because I have such narrow taste, and I just have finally admitted it. I'm like, I have narrow taste. I listen to this, that, and that. Like you're not gonna, But I love that you have such a wide breadth of taste because and that's of course you're probably part of why you're a journalist. I would expect
Yeah.
and you do the things you do is because you can see so much of the canvas and love all of it. Whereas I'm like, I'm on this part of the canvas,
Because people now, it's funny now. People now, because I don't shut up about this. Like, I'm a compulsive person, if you didn't figure that out already. And I'll be like, hey, so this is what I'm doing. And so everybody will be like, and I have friends from all over the musical spectrum. So like people in Americana and roots, people in EDM, the people in hip hop, R&B, whatever. Whenever they see anything that's country and remotely Black, I get a text message or a DM or an email. So like the Rashad single drops Friday, and I got hit up like 4 times by 4 different people, and they're like, "Oh, he's a Black artist. You know this, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's happening." And I'm like, "Thanks." And one of my friends works at Bustle, and she's like, "I didn't get to interview Mickey Guyton, but a white journalist did, and I hope that they do a good job." And I'm like, "Awesome, great, we're working. Like this is what I like to hear. This is what I like to see."
Do you see the same? Like, how do you feel, Rissi? Like, you just played the Grand Ole Opry a couple weeks ago.
I played it like 2 weeks ago.
Are you feeling? Number one, are you feeling the traction in your own career? Are you feeling the momentum there? What's just the Rissi take on it? Knowing everything seeing everything you've seen. The short term and the from way back,
and the long
term,
Yeah. Well, first of all, I have to agree with something that Marcus said, and I have to reiterate it. Leslie Fram is bomb. Leslie Fram is actively out looking for people and stuff, and has created a pipeline just for people that are on my show. Like half of the next women of country are people from Color Me Country that I've featured in the first half of the show. CMT. Now, mind you, full disclosure, I am an employee of CMT now, but so I have to say that. But
now I'm just loving that CMT is employing Black people. I mean, maybe
yeah. I mean, not only am I not only employing
Black people.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on camera. Yeah,
Hold the phone.
That's
More
why we met
importantly,
in person.
Rissi, how many damn jobs do you have?
Yeah.
All of them. No, I have 2 children that are very expensive taste.
So we're
So,
both really
no.
busy, Rissi. Good Lord.
No, it's a lot. But okay, so I say things are very good right now. Like I am extremely thankful and blessed and humbled, all of those things. Next sentence. It can't just be me.
Right.
It can't just be Mickey. It can't just be Darius. It can't just be Jimmy. Like the moment that there are so many of us in front of the camera and behind the camera, like not just us talking, but and singing and being these artists and everything, but producing the shows, writing the shows, doing the makeup, doing the directing the shows, producing the songs, engineering the songs, writing the songs.
Yeah.
Like it has it A&Ring the albums, running the record labels. Like it has to be, it can't just be, and we can't let them just let it be. We've got 5 of them in front of the camera, so everything's good. Like
Right.
it has to be a full welcoming, open arms to all BIPOC, LGBTQ plus and differently abled people, all of that. Like it's got to be on all facets of the, like there's just, it just has to be that, because otherwise it's wonderful and it's awesome, but it just can't be that. It
Right.
it can't be
I
that.
want
Yeah.
And the
to
good
add
news
on
is
to what you
it
said,
will get
Rissi.
better. The art will get better. I mean, you know me, I'm always like, is the art good? You know,
Right. And
it's
and the
like
thing is,
the
it's like,
art,
yes.
diversity is going to breed better art. Like that's hands down. You know, it because
Well,
you take it out of its silo, it will start to get better because these ideas are bouncing off of each other, and the art's getting better. You know, it's moving forward.
Well, there's
So
another point there too, that a friend of mine, Andrea Williams, shout out to Andrea Williams, this is a conversation that we have often. And she like, cause I'll say to her, I was like, I wish some of this stuff was better, because like I would love to play it. Like I have to do quality control for my show and for a lot of other things. And I'm just like, I wish that this was better. And Andrea was like, well, she's like, you know, that's true. But the other side of that is that there's so much mediocre other stuff. It's just like, that can't be the thing. It can't be because the music's not good enough. That's why we're not letting them on. Because
Right.
there's so much other not good stuff that gets let on. And I'm not
Right.
saying that
It's
we
like,
just open the floodgates.
we
But
just
what I am saying,
black mediocrity. That would be really nice. You know,
that would be awesome.
to
Like
just
if we
be
could
like,
get
I have
if we could get
I mean,
past black excellence and just get to like black mediocre, that'd be awesome.
you know, like
I have a point I wanted to add.
level is integrated. That the Grammy stage is integrated. It's all integrated. You know, I could be
Yeah.
bad at it, and I still got opportunity
I still
going.
got a chance.
You know? I
Right.
still got a chance.
But I wanted to add in. There was a moment that occurred recently for me. It's happened a couple of different times. That's really cool, and I've suggested to everybody who's watching this, who's an artist who works in the industry. I met Darius Rucker. I walk on a stage, and he sees me, and his entire body breathes, and he's like, "You're here.
Yeah.
You're real." I'm like, "Yeah." "You're doing the work." I'm like, "Right." And I went back and I talked to my friend Holly, who runs the Black Opry Twitter. So shout out to Holly, who's very important
Holly.
and is young and working. And I said to her, "Hey Holly, how you doing?" She's like, "I'm good." I'm like, "Are you working?" She's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Good. You're doing the work." So keep the energy moving all the way down and all the way back up. Like that's the only way this works. Like I'm only as good as the person who's under me. And I'm only as aspirational as the person who's at the top. And here's the thing about Black country that's fascinating. There are Black people at the top, at the very top of all of this. at this point now, in like the million selling, in the platinum selling, in the world renowned, in the well regarded classes of all of this. Like Rhiannon Giddens is a superstar to a lot of people. You know, Rissi, you're a superstar to a lot of people. Kamara, you're a superstar to a lot of people. You are. I'm just letting you know you are. I didn't know if you knew, but you are. You're welcome.
You're superstar.
So I look up at y'all and I go, okay, so what's up there? What can I do? What could I be doing? And then I look down at other folks that are coming up and I say, hey, okay, so I'm going up here, but my spot is going to be open. So I need you to get here.
And I'm a big fan too of being like if we just kind of flip it, so it's like a circle.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, like, but to me, it's all
like
about
up or going down.
Yeah, but it's to me, the up and down is always about getting people moving, so you get some level of movement happening. So because people like circular makes you think that you're moving in a cycle. Up and down gives you the sense that you're actually moving. So like, I want to get people actually moving first to get into the mindset of like, okay, I'm doing X, Y, and Z. And for me, I'm also like, I'll tell every artist on this thing that like, I'm pitching Black artists everywhere. I don't care. Like I reached a point where like maybe like a month ago, I stopped caring about like being nice about the way that I pitch these things. So like I'm pitching everybody. Like I did a piece for Holler about Solomon Burke, where I interviewed David Cantwell because David Cantwell has to be in the conversation. And Solomon Burke has to be in the conversation. I'm writing about Obie McClinton next week. I put Lily Lewis in a giant story I did for Holler about the Louisiana influence on country music. So like that's where I'm at. Like, and I think that everybody's at that place. I mean, Rissi, I watched you interview like 25 people.
Yes.
In one day. Yes. So it's happening. Like I got your email, Cora, and I was like, boom, okay, I'm on. Like whatever I'm doing, I'm not doing. So we're gonna be here. So like that's the whole point. Like you can't. I said this to someone recently. You can't care about what the industry or what people have traditionally said to you. You can't anymore because caring about what they say to you implies that that's a limitation on success.
Sure. And I think, I think that's the whole point is that if we can keep ourselves in this idea of, you know, there's this old paradigm and this new paradigm. And the old paradigm is still going to be running concurrently with the new paradigm. And there are things that we can engage in the old paradigm, you know, in order to kind of, you know, feed ourselves, you know, but like at the same time, we need to be building this new paradigm that, that serves us better, simply put, you know, that simply serves us better and serves the art better.
I agree.
Jada, we have so many comments. People are watching. It's so exciting. Thank you, everybody who's like putting your questions in the chat. And I have an actual question for you, Jada, that I want to make sure we answer. And Susan Heskey asks, what was considered airplay, especially before the internet? And has the definition of airplay changed in recent years with more social media platforms?
Yeah, well, so what I'm talking about when I talk about 2.3% of the airplay, I mean like actual times that a song was literally played. So I'm looking at actual rotations across 156 stations that all report to Mediabase, which is owned by iHeart. So the definition of airplay hasn't really changed much except how it's tabulated. So, you know, if you're thinking of Billboard charts, they have different measures of tabulating airplay that's changed since the 1990s and since they started their airplay chart. But of course, with social media, that has changed a lot because there are now streaming charts, which can be a barometer of what's going on. And there's also the Hot Country Songs chart, which is a hybrid that brings together airplay, sales, and streaming into some magical formula that determines popularity across those three distribution services. So when I'm speaking of airplay in this particular context, I'm thinking like, think of it old fashioned of like hitting play. I mean, they're not doing that. It's all in a database that has an algorithm behind it, but it's literally like spins the level of times it was played.
Wow. So it aggregates a lot of
A
information.
lot of data. Yeah.
Wow.
Could I just speak to something that Rissi said a while ago? The report addressed it, but not enough. It's something that I really want to explore deeper. And she said, there have to be more BIPOC creators across all facets of the industry. And it's something that I really wanted to do, but didn't have the capacity to do for this report. But at the back end, I talk about the songwriters who've been nominated, the producers and the engineers, and I did a short report for ACM's Diversity and Inclusion Task Force that looked at all of the musicians that have been nominated for their awards. Sorry, and I should caveat this all with nominations, and not a single Black musician has been nominated for an ACM award. The only Black songwriter nominated was Jason Boyd, who's a frequent Bieber collaborator. And the only reason he was nominated was because of 10,000 hours. Yeah. And so, that data, that award data, there are a lot of flaws when you're looking at award data because of eligibility criteria and what it takes to get in that sort of pool of eligible songs. But that's an even wider space than radio.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's
behind the scenes. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And so if there's anything that can come of like that report, it's not just frontline of like who gets seen and who gets heard. It's everybody behind the scenes. And so I just wanted to like reiterate what Rissi was saying, because it's buried in the report, but there's some data that helps us speak to this complete whiteness of the industry.
Mm-hmm.
On radio tour, I literally only met 2 Black radio program directors. 2.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's the rest of the time I was literally sitting across from white men, being taken to the radio station by white men, and
which is already that's such a power. It's like the power dynamic that gets set up immediately too.
Off.
So effed up, it's toxic in and of itself.
And I want to
supposed to please you. Is that what my job is now? To please you, so that you
kinda. I mean, like that's the setup.
Yeah. I want to plug a book that will sort of also speak to Rissi. What she said.
And then we're going to bring on Lilli Lewis, who is actually one of the, only behind, who's working on these behind the scenes things too.
Yeah. So we always speak about the racial segregation that happens in the industry and how we got here, but let's not forget where radio came from. And how do we get this book in here? Voiceover.
Wow.
The Making of Black Radio. It's a great book. And we can't forget that radio was constructed on the same segregation. So it makes complete sense that radio echoes industry and that these structures are still in place. So that's all I want to say. But read this book. It's really
I want it so much. I'm sure Heather's going to put that in the feed for you all too. She'll because I don't know. She kind of does it lightning speed. But first, I think Heather's going to bring on. So Rissi and Jada, we're going to see you in a little bit. Stick around, get some water, nourish yourselves. And we're going to bring on Lilli Lewis, who heads up Louisiana Red Hot Records, and Karen Pittelman, who heads up Country Music Against White Supremacy. And I could go on and on about you guys, but I really want you to speak. Let's start with you, Lilli, just talking about, the initiatives that you've made and the, your experience being that only Black person at the place where all the business people meet for when it comes to music, and what you see there, what your experience has been, and really anything that you want to talk about in terms of what you've heard so far in this conversation.
I'm ridiculously excited about this conversation. Thank you so much for hosting this. I know you'll hear that a number of times over the next 40 minutes that we're on, but I just got to throw that out there. All of this brilliance is ridiculously inspiring. So, and speaking back to when Jada's report was released, she and I talked a little bit about not only the absence of Black artists, but the need for a flood you know. So, you know, Rissi was talking about that. Jada mentioned that again in the last conversation. Like, it's not just like one artist who's making it, pulling the next artist up. It's like literally, as Marcus said, it's a flood. You need to have artists marching in the streets, and in our industry, in the streets means like marching into radio, marching into releases, like a flood of releases and a flood of people reclaiming rather country and in all the country adjacent genres, reclaiming that identity. I think we have to be relatively aggressive. You know, Marcus inspires me dang near every day. You know, he's just like, it's what I do, you know.
Very true.
You know, and it's like, you know, it's just like, you know, in the Biggie documentary when his mom was just like, well, I listen to country. I was like, Marcus, it's like, because like my assertion has been that we've always been here. It's just we've been told that title doesn't relate to us. In my sphere, I've been fighting for Louisiana music to be acknowledged in the Americana conversation. And I went straight to Americana because so many Louisiana musical traditions have informed everything that's identified as American music. And whether it ends up being in pop idioms or whatever. And I have seen a lot of the genres that Louisiana was the incubator for. I've seen those genres become more open to the music that we make in Louisiana, just not by Black musicians. And so when this flurry, this storm, this tempest, you know, started launching in Nashville, which honestly, I think we can all admit that when we met last October, I guess, was it October or September? Nashville was not on point. Like we were not in a moment, and we were determined to create a moment, right? And now we're in a real moment, you know? And I'm totally inspired by the way in which Nashville is showing up. Nashville is opening up. There's more than one Black person working for CMT. Like, it's like, you know, I'm so inspired by that. And then devastatingly disheartened by the fact that Americana's not showing up in the same way, that blues is not showing up in the same way. All of these genres, and even folk is trying, but you know, so all of these genres are sourced from the same material, and I want us to kind of occupy space there wherever possible. Most of my work, to be honest, in this past year has been in doing racial equity work through Folk Alliance. And a couple of other organizations, and then some private sources as well. And that's like trying to change the narrative from like, you know, and I'm only working with progressives at this point. I'm only working with people who are earnestly trying their best to do the work. And even still in those rooms, we're still missing the point. You know, there's so many like kind of condescending and confused angles at which, you know, you can address racial justice. You know, my big line is like, is racial justice the same thing as equity? Like, when we go about pursuing justice, a lot of times we frame it as anti-racist, and we get mad when people do racist things, you know. Same thing with spaces that are not queer affirming, you know. Just like we get mad when but it's like, but is the anger, is the angst getting in the way of actually working towards equity? And I find more often than not, it is, because we're not actually yet invested in actual equity, you know, and that you know, the data that Jada just talked about, like the fact that there aren't that many Black executives outside of hip hop and R&B. There aren't enough in hip hop and R&B, but outside of hip hop and R&B, there just aren't many. Like, I am too often the only one, and only now starting to discover, like bigger names in the field. But why don't we know each other? And why aren't we networking? And why aren't we, building a structure that can support this part of the industry's evolution? Because really it is an evolution that's occurring right now. And I do think we need more people of color facilitating that evolution, because otherwise it's just going to go sideways like it always has. So those are the conversations I'm having, and that's a lot of the work that I've been doing. And outside of that, Karen and I have been trying to move forward on our Country Soul phone book.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
For being willing to integrate it into your beautiful and empowering platform. So we saw, or actually, Karen, you know that I talk too much. Karen, do you want me to let you tell about this part, or?
No, go ahead. I come
Well,
in now.
so we saw the beautiful country queer. Hi, thanks for being on the call. Launched a database for queer identified artists, country artists and people in that facility. So they built a structure. And as soon as I saw that structure had been built, I reached out to Karen and was like, hey, do you know these folks? And Karen's like, actually, I do. And it's kind of like, just kind of running and meeting in the middle and going, yeah. So she reached out to Queer Country.
And shout out to Jeremy. Laura.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly where this is going. So, and Jeremy LaRue, who set up the data structure for Country Queer, has now done the same for our Country Soul phone book, as it were. And so now we're kind of moving into design phase, and after which that will be moving into promotional phase. In the meantime, Black Opry has launched. And so I'm really looking forward to collaborating with Black Opry on promoting this thing. So ultimately my goal for it is for it to be a gatekeeper free database. For all the Black mediocrity, like for all the layers,
for everybody,
no matter where you are, because that is what a real natural ecosystem looks like. I do, Rissi talked about, having to curate, because we always feel like we have to present the best of the best, but the best of the best is not a real ecosystem.
Right.
The real ecosystem is like all of us, no matter where we are, because first of all, you never know where someone is going to go. You never know how that talent can be developed with the right platform and with the right,
it's really about, in that what we'll call the media. We need to come up with a different name. Maybe we'll call it like the development stage or something, because it's like I was a pretty mediocre artist at certain points, It's like
that's a lie and a half truth.
It's like it's called the I'm learning how the heck to do this thing phase, and it's in those phases that we need the most community, I feel like, because it's where we're, those were the times in my creative development where I was the most insecure, afraid to show people what I had, afraid to perform, afraid, just afraid, because I was developing. And, it is in that phase that our communities keep us going, it's
right.
Like the amount of like freaking, songwriter circles and open mics I went to, it's like that's where it was happening. But you find other artists there who are trying to do what you're doing, and you need each other. We need each other in that way. And I remember feeling like when I was traveling around with my rock band in the aughts, that I was like, why aren't any of why are we being so mean to each other on the road? Like, why are we acting so cool with these other bands? Like, why are everybody's like kind of, like, who are you opening for? Who have you opened for? And
Right.
kind of like hierarchy that gets set up between artists. And it's still there, it's like you see it on the poster, like whose name is the biggest, like, oh, I guess I'm small, so I guess I'm not, and it's that kind of stuff that we have to start tearing down,
Yeah, I
like,
mean,
this is community, right? This is community. We're all trying to make something. It's really vulnerable,
and I think that fundamentally hierarchy is such a lie. Because you can be a super engaging artist with something to say who is able to communicate well to a populace, who needs to hear your message without having developed all of the stuff that I went to music school for. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's really both. It's really, irrelevant. What's relevant is you doing the vulnerable work, putting yourself out there and showing up over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
And, too often, we do get involved. We get involved with that posturing because, we're afraid that we're not quite there. And the truth is that if you have something to say, you're already there. Just say it. And you do deserve a community to support you in doing so. So I think you're absolutely right. And I think that, Karen, you are also really deliberate about holding that intention for these structures that we've talked about building. Are you resonating with that?
Yeah,
Tell us everything, Karen. Tell us everything.
I've been having a lot of thoughts about that this whole hour, because I feel the tension in all of our conversations between sort of like what you were saying, Marcus, about sort of like a ladder and lifting each other up within the industry, and sort of even back to something Kelly mentioned about like being able to, give Jason Isbell like a list with discernment, and like, what does it mean to operate within the industry? And at the same time, something that has always really moved me is your vision, Kamara, of like what community looks like. And like, I think pretty much every day about what you said about like, I don't want to wait anymore for an invitation to my exploitation. And I think sometimes what's difficult is like, we don't necessarily separate the idea of what it means to build this sort of like futurist community together and the industry, and like whatever we can do to create change within the industry, that is not going to change the fact that it's an institution that was founded in minstrelsy. Like, it's hard, I think, sometimes to hold that history, right? Like, but the entire history of American popular music is in minstrelsy, like all of it, every genre, right? And then all of these different technologies for exploiting and extracting from musicians get developed. And the thing is, that's weird, right? Is that like these other genres figure out how to exploit and extract the genius of Black musicians in this very particular way by centering their music, right? But like, who owns the resources? Who owns their masters? Who owns the means of production, right? Still white people. But like, whose centers are, whose faces are centered is different. But country music takes a whole different right-hand turn and says how we're going to make money is by saying that this genre, which absolutely is created just as much by Black people as anybody else, right? But like, we're going to say this genre is by white people for white people. And we're still, even as things are changing some over this last year, you still hear people say all the time, it's white people's blues. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Country and the blues and gospel are all from one common music that got developed over hundreds of years. And like, that's wild to me. Like, that's even in the Ken Burns documentary. It's Chris Christopherson saying it. And no one was like, Chris Christopherson, what the fuck?
Okay,
You know?
I want
So
to.
it's like, oh, go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, I want to relate something in here that's a funny little CMT aside from the last 3 months of my life. So I interviewed our native daughters, Amethyst Kia, and did an entire Black History Month series that involved me platforming Black gospel. In the piece for our native daughters, I got to write the words white supremacy on the CMT website multiple times, which was ultimately very important and was a moment where I said, okay, we're doing the right thing. So I want to say that there's a lot of reparational work that's being done. On a different panel a couple weeks ago, I said that the key thing to Black country sustaining itself is the speed at which white people are willing to accept that reparations are essential. And it's being proven that that's a thing that's happening. If you see anything that's happening on the very top end of country right now, it's all reparational. None of it is like begrudging even. That's the best part. It's like, okay, well, this is what we have to do because we know. Oh, we know. Like I hear that at least 3 times a day in 3 different spaces every day for like the last month. Is like, oh, well, we know. Okay, cool. So that has to change. Okay, cool. Fine. Maybe it's because I'm abrasive. I don't know. I hope it is. That'd
You're
be
not
nice.
abrasive.
Well, no, but this is a different conversation. There have to be, but it's in the sense where like that's a thing, and to the point of like Black country organizing itself so that it's a sustainable movement. The top has to see the bottom, and the bottom has to see the top, and that's a thing that's never happened in country. Whereas there's a certain bourgeoisie element that has allowed for country to erase itself from the racial conversation in the sense that Black artists who even Charlie, God bless him, got to a certain level where it was like, okay, I don't need to see Obie McClinton or, anybody else under me because I'm here. I can literally look at George Jones in the face and he has to regard me one-to-one. So that's fine. Nobody else needs that opportunity. And country now, to start with country, because it's going to go from country to roots to Americana to blues down, because it's all top down. It's the only place in the world where trickle-down economics works, is in the country.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true.
No, but in my mind it is, because in the sense where country sets the standard. It makes a lot of money making this standard. And
country sets the standard because that's where the cash is.
Right.
But can I just jump right back one more thing? I just want to wrap up the thing I was saying though, because it's actually it's related to what you're saying, but it's sort of a different angle, which is like I do believe that the country music industry can evolve in this moment and figure out how to make just as much money as it always made by exploiting people of color in the way that other genres have. And like what I want is for us to seize the means of production.
Yeah.
And
So
have
to
that
that
power.
point,
So
to that point, I'll say this.
Yes.
One of the things for me that I'm very like upfront about, like almost aggressively upfront about, is that the top sees the bottom and at the bottom sees the top, and that artists who are at the bottom or in the independent lane or seen as adjacent to country mainstream, it's a squeeze. So the top sees the bottom sees the top. That's the moment. So every moment I'm looking to create that spark, that big clap, that bang of like, okay, this is what happens when you let all the Black people see each other, finally. Like one of my favorite people that people should know exists in the world is Gina Marie Miller. She's been at Entertainment One for 20 years, and she's a leading Black radio executive. She's one of the few Black women who runs a label, basically. Like, and she's been in the game since forever. And she's in Nashville. She's between Memphis and Nashville, and nobody knows this. And it's like, she's Black, and she's Black as the street was. Like, she's very Black, like pro-Black all the way, like up and down. Shannon Sanders works at BMI, and he is a Grammy award-winning songwriter. People don't realize that. He's Black. He's very Black, like in the conversation. And those are the kind of people that like I speak to, and they didn't know who I was because they saw me as some kind of interloper and outsider, just like everybody else did. And then once I walked in the room and kicked open the door, and I'm like, I'm here.
But
And
that's the thing, Marcus. Is I think
though is that it's really easy to see the industry as a monolith, right?
Yeah,
right? As this thing, when really it's made up of a bunch of people, right? But as Karen is saying, it is this structure. It's this old structure that was built on a certain foundation, and so that foundation is always bleeding into the structure of it. And so it really, its ability to change is only it is exactly parallel to how aware the people are of the structure that they're dealing with, and that's bleeding into what they're doing, right?
Absolutely.
So, you know, in the end of the day, it's this kind of one person at a time, one mind at a time needs to kind of wake up and be like, okay, this is the structure we're dealing with, and this is the structure that's running the show and that is running my behavior inside this show, right? And so, you know, so it's one of those things where it's like we can't predict it. We can only get in touch with that next person and make that next connection and da 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 da. At the end of the day, though, because we're dealing with as many variables as there are people inside that industry, you know, my prediction is that it's still too slow.
Yeah, I'll say this.
Yeah, absolutely. Which is why. But
I want to add. And I want to say this for everybody.
What I'm trying to get at is, like, for instance, what Karen is creating, right, with the Change Country Pledge, is that, you know, that those people who are like, oh, this is the structure I'm dealing with, and this is, and I'm awake now to the structure I'm dealing with. What can I do about it? Karen has these, you know, Karen has worked with a bunch of folks, but you led it, Karen. So don't try to be like,
don't give me too much credit.
You did this. You created this, and you led it. And I'm really proud of like what you've created, you know, and proud to like the amount of work that went into it. And so, can you please explain the Change Country Pledge and everything that, you know, how people can sign up? We also had, you know, a question in the comments from Hen in the Fox House. If you're still here, I hope you are. You know, of how an artist can plug into the resources that that are available now. And Country Soul Songbook will eventually have a resources page that lines up every place that an artist can plug their name into and, you know, find out more. And, you know, but for the time being, a great place to go would be the Change Country Pledge. Karen, can you please explain?
Yes. Okay, so right now you can go to changecountrymusic.com, or you can just go to countrysoulsongbook.com and go under support, and you'll see the pledge there. And to me, like, part of why I'm really invested in this kind of work is back to everything we're talking about, right? Like, what I want to do is help build community. I like what you were saying, Lilli, you know, about ecosystem. Like, I want there to be space for everyone who's called to make music. I'm not that interested in deciding who's the best. And I don't necessarily feel like the people who get to have a career and get to be famous are even the ones who are the best in the end always. So
Totally. It's totally random.
You know, but to me, like, that's sort of my like religion as a musician, is making that space for everyone who's called to make this music. And so many people are called to make country music, and that, you know, the fact that the industry has segregated it so that they couldn't make that music is, you know, infuriates me. So the idea is, lots of people helped make this. We've got a mailing list of about like 160 people, Country Music Against White Supremacy, which has been slowly building ever since Charlottesville. And we did a poll of everybody who's been helping, like, what should we do next? And everyone decided we should make this pledge, which is basically, if you have access, whatever, whether as a musician or as an industry professional, share it so that we can build community. Because one of the main ways white supremacy works is how networks are segregated, because people just reach out to the other people they know, and you can see in action on this call, like the amazing power of Black networks, and how that changes everything, because, Marcus calls Black Opry, calls Lilli, calls Kamara, so that's basically
Literally.
the premise of this pledge. It's like, if you have access, pledge it and share it. And if you are BIPOC, musician, why can't I say the word? Musician or industry professional who needs access, we are accumulating resources, and this goes back to also what Rissi was talking about with seeds, and like, some of it is about getting access to all that wisdom and information about how to do this stuff. But some of it is just like, you need a PR person and you can't afford it. You need somebody to, like do some radio promo, and you don't have access to that. So people across the industry have been pledging. We've got about 70 pledges so far, from like across the spectrum, like DJs pledging to listen, PR people pledging their time, radio, like label people pledging to listen. So anyway, what I finally did, that took me a while because I was having technical problems, was there is now a database of all the pledges we have so far. So if you go to changecountrymusic.com, you can register if you're a BIPOC musician or industry professional looking for resources. And then you can log in, and then you can see all the resources we have so far. But we really, like, this was sort of like the beta phase of it. Like, what we really need is to like bust it open and get more people to pledge, because I think a lot of people have so far been like, oh yeah, that's nice. But like, how do we get the people who have the stuff to share their stuff?
Yeah,
share
we
their stuff.
need to have like a like a brainstorming session of like how to, the next kind of communal, like, I just keep like seeing, like when like the spores pop, like a spore popper where we just like, blah, and it's like
a mushrooming session.
I wanted to add something in there related to what Karen said as to why
it's start bringing everybody back in. Keep talking.
Yeah, no problem.
So wait, and don't let me forget though.
sorry,
April 28th, Wednesday, April 28th, we're gonna have another Country Music Against White Supremacy Zoom call. We haven't had a call for a while, so if you want to be on it, reach out to me, Karen and the Sorrows.
Yep.
I'm all in all the places.
I've got
sorry,
to say
go back.
one. I would love to say one more thing, Marcus, real quick.
Of course.
We've talked about in terms of artists supporting each other and artists dropping the hierarchy and dropping all of that, like that's a really, really nice talk. And I think we're going to have some people for whom that really makes sense, and some people who are just not going to get on that bandwagon. And I think that's just fine. I really do trust everybody's, sovereignty in that. That being said, I need that on the industry side as well. This top seeing the bottom and bottom seeing the top. I need that on the industry side as well. And I know that I'm not the only one. I need to be in rooms where I'm seen and not dismissed offhand. Like I need to know that Gina Miller exists. Like before I, hop on the call and meet this top executive at the E1 label, and find out, holy crap, why didn't I know that she exists? There's isolation. There's on the business end of things, it's like everybody stays in their lane. And and sometimes when we encounter one another, there's a little bit of there's tension, and there's well, this is my territory and this is what I do to navigate this space. And don't you come in and mess up what I do to navigate this space. And so that same kind of opening to one another, that same kind of generosity of I see you, and we are stepping forward in the world to claim our full sovereignty as humans, not just as whatever label they're putting on us at any given time, but still be able to support each other. I'm looking for ways to build that as well. As in the seat that I have been in thus far, most of my work has been towards supporting artists, developing artists, trying to get artists launched, trying to get the work out there, you know. But it's absolutely clear to me that it's not just about artists, because they're not the only people trying to get paid in this industry, and they're not the they're not the whole bag when it comes to the ecosystem. I know this has already been spoken to, but I feel like you know, I need to say it directly from the seat that I hold.
Yeah.
I need everybody to step up and take these seats, you know, build it yourself if you've got to. But let's find that support on the back end, not just when it comes to artists. Because honestly, you know, I'd like to do more art, but since I'm
Yes. Yeah, right.
Let's just lift up Lily's amazing art. She's got amazing EP out. The songs are so good. They're so good.
We're gonna bring everybody in right now for a big party, big final.
And I also want to just let's just say Frankie Staten's name, because she had this vision, especially about across the industry, how to build that in 1997. This is 2021, and we are just even barely scratching the surface of her vision. So just wanted to shout that out.
Yeah, I want to say that the country music as an industry is like playing a game of reverse Jenga. So basically all you're doing is you're trying to push the pieces of the Jenga strategically to make the entire structure seem not so unified anymore. It took me getting into the structure to figure this out. But the more times you get into the structure and you look at people eye to eye, face to face, and they can't deny you, that's when things start to change. So the importance of doing this is key in the sense that there are Black people and there are allies who are already present in the room. And the second that you see them, and they've been safe because they haven't had to see us for 100 years, which is unprecedented in the history of any industry. So you walk into space and you just look at people and you're like, I'm here now. So, I mean, what are you going to do? So it's just playing reverse Jenga. And the thing is, with having things like with Karen and what Lilli are doing is important because it identifies those people for you. So it, like, for lack of a better term, idiot proofs the situation. Where like you look at the list and you're like I've done this myself as a professional. I'll look down the list and go, you, and you. Cool, I need you for this. Hi, I'm me. Oh, come on in. So it works. It actually has it really actually works. Like when I go up to the Nashville scene and I wanted to write about Black women in country, and I literally go to Steve Tragerser and I say, well, I want to interview Kamara Thomas and Lilli Lewis. You could do that? Yeah. And also Yola's PR, so I'm going to make that reach as well.
So the only...
What are they going to say? Nothing? Like, I have to do it.
You just do it.
Yeah. It's all there.
So, Kim, you're the only person who hasn't been seen on screen yet. I want to hear what's... Can you sum up for us?
After all these brilliant people, I don't know. It's just sounding like let's bring this to. It's sounding like a socialist conference right now. It's sounding like I'm just sitting in the chat, like, all right, y'all, let's do it. Bring the underground above ground. But yeah, I mean, I'm appreciating this conversation, what everyone's saying, and Lilli, I'm really appreciating what you're saying about and Marcus and Karen about bringing everybody from the industry into it too. It's like this, I mean, it is to be a commie. It is the dialectic, right? It's like you go outside, you go to the people, you ask them what they want, you do it, you bring it back to them. Yes, it's like this whole moving the system from within the system than outside of the system. And I think that is what Country Soul Songbook's trying to do. I think that's what a lot of artists who couldn't get into the industry, right? Because it's hard to break in. That's what we do anyway. Right? We're like, oh, cool, you're not going to book us? All right, we'll create DIY spaces. oh, cool, you're not gonna, and it's hard. And I don't know who else in this scene right now has like on this call has done this, but like trying so hard to get signed and forgetting why you're doing the art that you're doing in the first place, and then just losing it, and like then finding it with the people that are the artists or that are like the people in the industry that are writing, that are like on your side, and that are like, I actually want, because there are people in the industry that want something real, they're looking for that too, like actually real and not just to make money real. But turns out also realness does make money. So it's just like this whole like system that keeps doing that. And we need people. And I just want to say, as a venue owner too, like that's like, it is hard to pick out who you want and who you don't want based on your ideology, and then still like strive for like legitimacy. And I think platforms like this and platforms I think platforms like this and platforms like Rissi's platform and other platforms are really gonna like, these are getting attention, you know what I mean? And this is promo, right? It's all of us together, working together, regardless of like status or like whatever. It's like, no, we're friends. We're doing the same shit,
Yeah.
And that's why we're doing it, because we give a fuck about it.
Gang,
Anyway,
gang.
that's my summation of this entire call.
That was a good summation.
And yay for Pinhook. Thank you.
I don't know who
Pinhook.
wants in on this, but Kim and I, we've been talking about doing an episode by episode, like incendiary. What would we call it? Like just like rip it a new.
Yeah, critique seems too nice.
Incendiary. Like go through the Ken Burns country documentary episodes, episode by episode, and just rip it a new one, almost like science theater.
That's literally how I watched it, because every other scene I was like, and then like that's how I watched it. So like I could send you a transcript.
We need that on film, Lily.
Really did.
Hello to Annalise, who is right now watching and received 10,000 texts from me. Just being like, what is this bullshit? What are they talking about?
Yo, join us.
What we can do, we can film that right this second. If everybody just we'll film that and we'll just put that.
This will be the less PG version of us just like kicking it. We'll be like, what's up, Friday night? Film. Start your
Ken
Netflix.
Burns reaction videos. That's what
Oh my
it is.
God.
You just see our faces while we're watching it.
Yeah. I saw the first episode for fun. I was like, this is going to be fun. And literally had to turn it off in 30 minutes and just text Kamara. And I was like, can we just fight about this right now?
I was livid after that first episode. Still didn't watch the whole thing. I got so angry, and I had nobody to talk to.
Oh, see, that's the difference between you and me, Karen. Like, I'm for punishment. I'm like, oh, you want to talk about genocide? Give me more episodes. That was my experience of that. It's like click. Like, I
was worried I wouldn't have any
aggressively
friends left.
clicking on the next episode. Like,
now I know who to text while I watch the rest of it.
Yo, Hen in the Fox House just said we could call it Ken Burn.
yeah.
Pretty good. I wanted to lift that up for a minute.
Well, on that note, well, I don't know. We need a different note. We need to end on a different note.
Let the circle be unbroken.
Do we need to end on a different note?
Do we?
We need to end on a different
Do we?
note.
That's some productive criticism.
What we're talking about in the backstage before it all began was this and we don't need to dive into it, but just this tension, right, between being futurists and being realists, right? And anybody want to kind of give their pithy exit speech about that?
Rissi, you had a lot of good stuff to say about that.
Oh no, I'll just leave it with this. So I'll use a current event that is happening right now in Nashville. So this weekend is the ACMs. And you have Mickey Guyton as one of the hosts. And yeah, and a bunch of fans have gotten together and bought 6 billboards in Nashville proclaiming that Morgan Wallen, who said the N-word heard around the world, that the fans should call in and just vote for him, because the Entertainer of the Year is a fan voted award, and that he should be nominated. And so everyone's, very upset about his canceling. I love canceling. That's another thing. We can talk about that another time. But I think we have a very toxic culture. And I think that as many people as you can put up front and say that, yes, progress, and we're doing things, and it's great, and it's awesome. At the end of the day, we have a heart issue that we have to deal with. We have a culture issue that we have to deal with. And that's why I'm extremely invested in circumventing the industry, and circumventing and helping other people find ways to get in. Because I'll be honest with you, like, you get in, you get signed, but then, like I said this before, I'm leading you, but what am I leading you to?
Right.
And
Invitation,
I don't want anyone going through what I went through in 2007. I don't want anybody going through what Linda went through in 1968. I don't want anybody to go through with Charlie, and Charlie is the one. And so, like, the shit that he went through. So I think that this is all well and good, and it's wonderful, and I love the support, and I love all the great things that have happened for me. But at the end of the day, I know what it is behind the mask. And so, like, we have to really focus on this culture. This culture is toxic. It is murderous. It is disgusting. It is poisonous, and it needs to change, because that is the only way that it changes.
But going back to what, going back to what Kamara said earlier, that change is not going to happen fast enough, which is why we have so many people all and out there in the world doing the work to build an entirely different structure.
Exactly.
An alternative space, built with a whole different set of values. And, like, honestly, I take all of my inspiration from, like, what the punk scene did, and, like, how the hip hop scene evolved, like, and how these alternative communities actually joined with one another. Like, you look at the electronic scene and how they brought in hip hop, and how they elevated one another as as outcasts, and they became industry standard cash. And with the punk scene, it became industry standard for art. Like, they made other artists who are already established have to bring it that much harder and have that much honest. So, like, when I go at this, I go at it, to me, my insides are driven with the fire of a punk artist, and I'm inviting everybody else to step into that. Like, let your rage guide your light. That's my mantra. Let your rage guide your light.
There it is.
Well, there it is. And now I've been interrupted by my child, so I guess I gotta go. So I wish it were, that was awesome, Lilli. And yeah, I also somebody else talk, because I'm just getting talked to by a 6-year-old.
Well, that's why you should come to Country Soul Songbook, because Country Soul Songbook is building that community and building the space. And whether you need somewhere where you can have sustenance and love and community and food one day when we get to be back together in person, because Kamara's always talking about that, and help and a place to commiserate because you are trying to deal with that ladder in one way or another, or just because you're called to make music and you're making that music in an alternative community. Like, I come out of queercore, so, like, that's and everything Lilli's saying about punk and, like, all these different, and hip hop, right? That's all these different places that people made music to make music. So whatever it is you're trying to do and wherever you're trying to be, you should come to Country Soul Songbook, because we're going to lift each other up and help
lift each other up.
Yeah, and hit us up on Instagram. And I mean, this is just a shameless plug, but if you want to know how to come to Country Soul Songbook, hit us up on Instagram, or you can check our website and email us at countrysoulsongbook@gmail.com. Super easy. But yeah, we are wanting to hear everyone's voices. So holla, all you in the chat, holla.
And if you have resources, they just launched a Patreon. So be their patron. This is how it happens. These are how the resources move. It's like everything Rissi was saying. Like, put some money in their pocket.
Put some money in there.
That
Some money.
they can put their money in everyone else's
In all these
pocket.
pockets. And before we leave, I want to say a big thank you to Heather Cook, who was behind the scenes, who made a bunch of this happen. So let's just give it up.
Put your face
Yeah.
up. Heather.
Oh, I can add her in. I can add her. Oh, there she is.
Kim,
Y'all, thank you so
Heather
much.
and I are Team CSSB, and we love doing this, and we love seeing your faces, and I just can't wait to see everything that everybody in this community is up to. And this next year is going to be sick. I just can't wait to see. It's like, what's going to happen? I wonder what's going to happen.
We're gonna get it.
I wonder what's going to
Like every day I wake up to what happened today, Marcus? What's gonna happen today?
Marcus just tells us all.
I mean, I'm just, here, like, trying to turn up every day.
Yeah.
With the master plan, though. With the master
I
plan.
mean, apparently I do, so it's working. So far, so good.
Thank you to everyone who showed up to listen to this conversation. Thank you to everyone who put your questions and comments in the chat. We love y'all. We'll be looking out for you. If you're an artist, hit us up in all the places. If you're an industry professional, hit Lilli up. Maybe hit Marcus up now and Rissi up now. Y'all are
Here,
now.
get at it.
Yeah,
Let's go.
can I give a quick shout out to Jada? Jada, the work that Jada
Jada.
does in our realm may not be the sexiest, hottest.
Yes, it is.
Huh?
It is
It
the
is.
sexiest.
But
It's sexy.
It
Thank
is.
you, Jada. Thank you.
Yes, it takes our the things that we feel in our bodies and it translates it into something that is undeniable to people who would love to put our feelings aside and put our feelings in a box and tell us that we're, seeing and feeling things that aren't actually real. So thank you for doing that. Maybe what I mean to say is the work itself, the data is sexy, but I imagine that your process that you go through in getting to that is not as glamorous as maybe
Jada validates the conversation.
Yes.
Like you can, because it can go on and you can say, XYZ is bitter or whatever, but it's like, baby, the numbers don't lie.
These are the numbers.
That's it.
And she didn't, and the report doesn't have the worst numbers in it. Like there are worse numbers, so what's in the report?
Yeah. Jada bought
The
the
numbers
receipts.
don't lie. That's right. Yep.
So go read that report.
Thank you.
Sexy report.
Yes.
Sexy report.
I couldn't have done that report without pretty much all of the work that all of you have done, without Color Me Country, without Karen's brilliant article in Medium or on Medium. That makes more sense. But I was at Country Soul Songbook and it was incredibly inspiring. And so I really, I couldn't do that work without the work of everybody else around me. So thank you very much. It means a lot to know that it is helpful. And I guess if there's one thing, like Lilli, you said something earlier about ecosystems, and that's how I got into what I'm doing. I've always envisioned genres as ecosystems, and, country music is a really unhealthy ecosystem. And in ecological studies, we talk about rewilding, about reintroducing or bringing back species that are missing.
Yes.
But
yes.
country music is in need of rewilding. Or just wilding to begin with, because it's never been wild, right? It was built unhealthy.
So good.
Yes.
Yes, right, Kim? I just say it's like Kim and I were like, yeah.
I'm like, hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Thank you, everybody. This was so inspiring. I hope we'll definitely. Will we have a replay, Heather?
Yep, it'll be immediately live on the YouTube, and then we'll probably post it on the website sooner rather than later. So it'll be up by tomorrow for people to check it out again, but also later today. Just watch it. Everybody watch it all the time.
Y'all inspire me
Thank
so
y'all.
much. Can we talk again soon?
Love to.
Yes, of course.
Absolutely.
Love you guys.
Love y'all. Yeah.
Love y'all.
Good luck with all you're doing.
Thank
Good luck out
you.
Bye, y'all.